So everyone who's standing behind there, please come in front, come in front. I'll give us 1 minute to come in front and have a seat. Please welcome, welcome, welcome. Great. So we have a very packed program for the day, and we will be doing a quick opening remarks. And then after doing the opening remarks, we will have our roundtable discussion. We'll go for a quick tea break. After the tea break, we'll come back and we'll be having a session where the startups get to tell us what they're doing and what solutions they have. And I will quickly ask us to have a seat and take time. Say hi to the person seated next to you. We are Africans, we are Kenyans. Get to find out their name. How did they come here? I know there's some people who use chariots. Who came with a chariot called Boda Boda? Yes. So, Chamge, people from Wasingishu. Chamge. Is it missing? Karibuni sana. So we will start. My name is Lilian Kibagendi. I work at Ihub as an education program manager. This is our second year running. I'll ask behind there if we could lower our voices. Behind there. Let's have one meeting. Great. Thank you, Aurelia, for that. So I work at Ihub as the education program manager. I'll be your facilitator for the day. And because I'll be facilitating, I want this to be an interactive session. I want you guys to know what you do well, and I want us guys to know what you need from the solutions that we have here. Are we together? So I want to see how many educators, and in this case I'm asking teachers, do we have present already? How many teachers are here? Don't be shy, don't be shy. Can you all clap for our teachers? Do we have any parents in the house? I'm guessing the teachers are also the parents, right? Any parents in the house? I'm one of them. Can we clap for our parents? How many students do we have? Yes. Can we clap for our students as well? So we'll start with a special mention to our hosts. And our special mention goes to the Ihub team. Can we give a hand for the Ihub team who have done a great job? Let's clap for them in hosting us. And then we have the Lions School, which is hosting us, and we'll clap for them. I'll ask Mr. to come and just give a welcoming remarks before we start so that he can officially tell us to go on with the program. The steps. Welcome. Can you give him a hand?
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to just say most welcome to this important occasion. We are here with wonderful people who are putting us on the stage of new life, modern life. So we want to say thank you. You're most welcome to this place. And we are already getting into very important things. So we are so happy you being here with us. Thank you very much. My name is Charles Okwiri, the principal of Lions School. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Charles, for hosting us. You have a very beautiful space. And later we'll be having the County Government Education Department giving us some opening remarks. And I think maybe I can ask a quick question. How many of you know what Ihub is? Does anyone know Ihub? Has anyone heard of Ihub, Ihub? No one? Okay, apart from the exhibitors. Anyone from Uasin Gishu? Yes, can you come over and tell us what you know about Ihub? I don't know if we have a microphone that can go to him, but he can come over. You can come over.
Hi guys, my name is Samson Sang. I'm from Aries Solutions. The main reason I know about Ihub is because they've been there for a really long time. Back when I was studying, they're the guys who used to provide opportunities, sponsorship. They used to provide like information to startups. I even used to go to their place and then they'd have like coffee. We'd go there, stay for the whole night or the day. They used to have offices where you'd go, it was 10,000, you'd pay and you'd stay there. The people used to develop, and some of them even slept there. Having a startup is not really that easy, where you can have a home in Nairobi and then have an office. So some people used to stay there, they sleep there, and then they develop in the morning or at night. So personally, I've known it for a long time, since I'm a developer. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Sang. Can we clap for him? Truth is, we are still not sleeping. Truth is, we are busy, hard at work. All the innovators you're seeing seated here, some of them at 3 a.m., were on the road to actually come to ensure that you guys get to interact with their solutions. So we will not sleep until Uasin Gishu has the right Edtech solutions. Is that true? Yes. So Ihub is an ecosystem enabler. Thank you very much. It's an ecosystem enabler, and basically we work in different industries. Education is one of them, and that's the reason we are here. Our education department is called RELAN, and under RELAN we do education programs, education-focused initiatives, and the idea is to accelerate the prosperity of Africa using tech. In Ihub, we have 3 offices. That is in Nigeria, actually 4 now, yes. In Nigeria, Namibia, Rwanda, and Nairobi, Kenya. And Ihub has been in existence as the first hub in Africa, and then it was acquired by Ihub in 2019. And ideally, we work in ensuring that we can accelerate the social capital that we have to make Africa the future, right? And see the future of Africa where we want to see it. So in education, we have different focused programs, and some of them fall under the robotics and coding. We have our own startup called Ilimu, which is our ECD Edtech solution. And then we also have our Teachers Lounge, which works to support teachers and work with helping teachers adopt digital solutions. We have our Viable community, which is our EdTech community of practice, and basically we work with innovators to seed new ideas for EdTech. Other than that, we also have the programs that we are running, and today we have some of the startups in our MasterCard Foundation EdTech Fellowship, and at this point I will ask all the innovators from the startups to just stand up. We have Ikitabu right here on the end. We can acknowledge them. Can we clap for them? We have DigiSchool right there. We can clap for them. This Ikitabu is in the cohort 2. DigiSchool is in the cohort 3. We have FunKE Science down there. Let's clap for them. Cohort 1. We have Isoma Kids right there from cohort 2. Clap for them, please. We encourage them. We have Digifunzi right there from cohort 3. We clap for them. We have Verb Education right next to them. We can clap for them. At the corner there, we have Mizizi from cohort 2. Karibuni sana. Then we have our partners, CubeTech. Can we clap for them? There are our hosts right here in Uasin Gishu. And then right next to them, let me see, my eyesight is terrible. Ikitabu, I need help. We have, let me see. Pardon? Is it Infony? No, Infony is right at the end here. Yes, you can clap for them. But right before them we have Aha, Innovate. Can we clap for them? These are the device guys, yeah? Thank you so much. All these startups, we've accelerated them in 3 cohorts. We work with them in the product and learning science focus, and that is ensuring their products are well aligned with the learning objectives, and also their products are user-friendly, and we work with them on that during the accelerator period. We work on them getting the right talent, and that is through the whole program. And then we support them also on distribution, which is why we are here, and ensuring that their products are well used all over and in different contexts. And last but not least, we usually do funding as well for them. And the funding is just a way to boost their scale-up activities. So at Ihub, even in our other programs, we have different design programs that provide that kind of support for different innovators. We have the creative economy practice, we have the health and tech practice, and many other practices that use technology to solve Africa's problems. With that being said, I want us to have a quick conversation among each other. And this I want us to talk from an educator's standpoint. The focus for this Edtech festival is to ensure that our educators are well equipped with the right tools. 1, for classroom management, but 2, for tech adoption. And so I want us to imagine you're a new teacher, you've just finished campus, you're joining your first job as a teacher in a school. I want you to talk to the person next to you and tell them, what is the one support or tool that you would need from day one in order to use technology in your classroom? I will ask us to go. Are we together? What is the support tool, or what kind of support do you need from day one for you to be able to effectively use technology in your classroom? Please have that conversation. I want to see people talking. You can have some background music as we have that conversation. And I'll calm down because I want to hear what kind of tools you would need.
So my name is Philemon Saina. I would need maybe a whiteboard, a smart board. Yes.
In our future classroom, we need a smart board, right? Can we clap for him? We can have somebody, 2 people from this side, yeah?
I believe my name is Victor Kisegei. And what I'll say is the first digital gadget teacher must have to support learning is a smartphone. Why? It is a mini laptop or a mini computer, and it has internet. So it will simplify the hassle of already integrating and using technology for teaching.
That is true. Can we clap for him? And the smartphone penetration in Kenya is very far and wide, right? So if you have a smartphone, you're already connected to the other side of the world, right? So I'll come right here in the middle. Somebody from here. Can I volunteer, or will you volunteer yourself? Yes.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Odero. You will need either bundles or Wi-Fi.
Yes. Connectivity is a big part. Can we clap for him? Definitely, we need bundles or Wi-Fi for us to be able to utilize the tools that we have, whether it's a smartphone, a computer. Any other from this side? Yes.
Hello, I'm Maskilo. I think we need 5 things: internet, projector, laptop. Yeah, 3 actually. Yes.
Can we clap for him? We need internet, Wi-Fi, and a projector. We have two people here.
My name is Kennedy Adema. Before all these gadgets that we've mentioned, first of all, we need a very reliable power source.
100%. Can we clap for him? And next to him?
He has said it.
Thank you very much. So we are talking about literally the Gen Z toolkit. We need Wi-Fi, we need power, we need a smart device, right? We need access to the internet. What else have we talked about? Do we need education on how to use these tools? Yes? We need education on how to use these tools. Okay. What else do we need? Do we need actual solutions within the tools? Because if I have a smartphone, but I don't have any app or any AI tool to help me, will it be useful for teaching and learning? Will it be? So we definitely are here for a valid reason, because as much as we have all these tools, we have power, we have Wi-Fi, we don't necessarily have the right tools for use within the classroom. And that's why we're here today. We want to see what tools exist in the market and how are these tools enhancing learning. And I want us to go through a journey on some of the statistics that we are learning as well. One of the things we have figured out is only 24.6% of secondary school teachers in Kenya have received some form of digital literacy training. How many of us have been trained on digital literacy? How many? So we realize in secondary school that's 24.6, and when we go to primary school, I'm sure the statistics drastically drop. And one of the interesting facts we have is that in primary school, 77.7% of teachers received basic computer skills training during pre-service. Is that true? That's true. But 66.4% report having no in-service ICT teacher training. Is that true? Is that true? So there were computers in school, but possibly no one taught the teachers how to use it. Is that true? Are we saying the truth? Let's read another interesting fact. So we have only 33.8% of secondary school teachers having teaching devices, and 40% own an operational computer lab. Less than half of those labs are internet connected. And I want us to run a quick survey. How many schools here have a computer lab? Or your kids are in a school with a computer lab? Okay, that's a good percentage, right? Over, let's say 50-60%, right? Higher. How many of those schools are using those computers? Numbers have dropped, okay? How many of those computers are connected to the internet? Interesting. Tumetoka analog tumeenda? Kabisa, kabisa. Okay, that's interesting, and that is good to know. So another interesting fact that we have, in Wareng district of Uasin Gishu County, large class sizes and linguistic diversity were cited by 100 surveyed for standard 4 English teachers as key barriers to effective classroom management. So we have all these devices, but when we realize the high classroom numbers are a challenge, and I want to know how many schools, public schools here represented? Public schools? How many are private schools? Cool, cool, it's good to know. So one of the things we are learning is that in public schools, you'll find that we have classrooms of up to 100 learners in one classroom. Is that true? And then in private schools, maybe 30 to 50 learners in one classroom. Is that true? Accurate? Accurate, right? So my question is, when we are using these computer labs and digital tools, how many learners are able to access the device at a go? Do you have a response? Maybe 4 learners to one device? Put your hand up. 4 learners to 1 device. 8 learners to 1 device. Put your hand up. Over 10 learners to 1 device. Wow. So interesting. That's an interesting fact, because if you're using an Edtech tool, for example, like a learning management system, it becomes hard to utilize this solution in a classroom setup, right? So today we are going to have an interesting panel discussion, and I want to invite our panelists because we want to understand how does teaching and learning look like with these digital tools. And I'll ask my team from Ihub to come and help me set up the stage as we invite the speakers to just have a roundtable conversation. And we want you to be involved in this conversation because we want to understand, with all these statistics that we're learning about digital tools and technology, how then can we effectively adopt tech solutions to the classroom. And I will invite our first panelist, Mr. John Slater. I'm not sure if you're here from DG School. And John Slater is a trained microbiologist and a trained software developer. He is the visionary founder of DG School and Big Brain Solutions, and he leads the development of innovative school management systems and STEM programs that are scaled across East Africa. So I'll ask the team from DG School, John Slater, please come in front. We can clap for him as he comes. Great, great. Next, we have Startup Grind, and Larry is a dedicated AI advocate. Oh, this is not John Slater, but Karibu Sana. And he's a consultant and thought leader with profound focus. Okay, so I think we'll give him some time so that he's on the way coming, as I've been told. Maybe we can do one activity before we have the panel discussion, because I'm guessing that we can give him an extra 10 minutes for that, and so we can have a commercial break. And I will ask us to take 5 minutes to just go around and figure out which solutions are here, and then we'll do a charades after that and figure out how many solutions can you remember. So we'll give 10 minutes. You have this side to start on that side and this side to start on this side as we wait for our panelists to arrive. So Karibu Sana will put in the music as we wait for that. We can have some of the people who are on this side to spread to the other solutions behind there so that you're not crowded in one place. Great, great. Check. Mic check. Great. So we can be able to now start making it to our seats. We can make it to our seats. Thank you very much, our innovators, for engaging. And I will request our panelists to make their way to the front. We have Steve from Dignitas, Karibu Sana, Steve Karithi from Dignitas. We have Alan Ropp from Cube Innovation Hub, Karibuni Sana. We have Julia Sirungu from Isoma. And we have Larix from Startup Grind. And last but not least, we have Philip Omanyo from DevEd, Karibuni Sana. If you're part of the panelists, please make it to the stage as I request the rest of the team to come back to our seats. Our panelists, please find your way to the front. We can see the conversations are getting heated. I want us to quickly come back to our seats. I want our panelists to just go on stage. And I love that every one of us is engaging and getting to talk to the solution providers. Maybe I can ask the people who are seated down. So far, what have you seen? What do you like? What don't you like? Can I ask you? What have you seen?
Thank you. I'm Emmanuel. I've interacted with some solutions, and I'm seeing how learning is becoming more interactive and integrating digital solutions in our current times. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Can we clap for him? So I want to see again, who else has interacted with something they've never seen before and they would want to talk about it? Anyone who's interacted with a solution that has stood out for them?
My name is Victor, and the solution I've interacted with today is from AAH, the cloud-based and digital library, which has an entire setup, network, which can allow learners to be able to access resources in the learning platform.
Thank you very much. You've met AHA Innovate, and it's a cloud-based learning tool. Yes, thank you so much. I'll ask our panelists, Steve Karithi, Julius from Isoma, and Larix from Startup Grind, Alan Ropp from Ihub. Please make it to the stage as we take our seats. Also, we have a quick announcement. There is a motorcycle that has tipped over. If you have parked your motorcycle outside, please go check on it so that it doesn't get spoiled. It has tipped over and we need urgent help with that out there. So let's give a hand for our panelists as they make it on stage. We have Philip. Where is Philip? Karibu sana. Please let us have a seat. Thank you so much. So are we together? Our team behind there, please join us. Karibuni sana. Great. I want us to have an interactive conversation, and all our panelists have sat on stage, and this is amazing. I'll ask you to just briefly, this is an all-men panel. It's an all-men panel. You know, a fun fact we learned this week is that a big percentage of educators are women, but a big percentage of Edtech innovators are men. Why is it that way? Maybe you can tell us as you talk about your solution and your company, and then you tell us why is it that men are the innovators and women are the educators. So karibuni sana.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Alan Ropp from the Ihub Innovation Hub. I'll just explain a bit about the Ihub. We have 5 core pillars. We have expert mentorship, collaborative community, tailor path learning, the Ihub Tech Innovation Academy, and entrepreneurship. So I will focus more on the Ihub Tech Innovation Academy, which is we'll expound more as we deep dive in the question that they're going to ask. I'll just shift to my next.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Steve Karithi. I lead the team, an organization called Dignitas. At Dignitas, our focus is to empower the teaching that is happening in the classroom. So we work with teachers, the instructional leader, and the school leader to make sure that the teacher is fully supported in a way that they are able to deliver quality education and improve the learning outcomes of their students.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Julius Irongo, co-founder of Isoma Solutions, where we have a product called Isoma Kids. For those who have visited our booth so far, I've mentioned to you that we have a solution for the teachers and for the learners. We want to give every child the opportunity to learn at their own pace, to master math, to master literacy, which is the foundation for lifelong learning. Lillian asked why there are more men innovators, whereas there are more female teachers or educators. But I think it's the concept of physics where unlike poles attract. So we as the men solve for the teachers, and the teachers enjoy solutions from us. Yeah, thank you.
Great, great. Thank you as well.
Wonderful. I like that concept. Awesome. Yeah, my name is Larix Ochieng Kosgei. I'm director Startup Grind. What Startup Grind is, it's a global community of innovators, tech startups. We help the different startups and different ideas have a community of investors, people you can look up to, and people you can learn from and share your journeys together. So I'm the director here in Eldoret. I have my other colleagues in different towns in Nairobi, Nakuru, and I'm happy to be here, and also will be sharing across the knowledge that we've covered over the years. And for the question she asked, I think that's the best answer you could give, and looking forward to what my neighbor would say. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Philip Omanyo. I'm an education specialist. I work with an NGO called Opportunity International here in Eldoret. And we work with low-cost private schools here in Eldoret. Currently, I'm working with a number of 71 schools. Apparently, just to answer the question that Lillian asked, the owners of the most proprietors of low-cost private schools are female, a majority of them. But when you flip it on the other side, the people who embrace technology again in these schools are male. So I think it begs the question, where or how does that happen? And I don't know whether it is a myth or a fallacy at the same time, because you also understand our girl child, or the girls in the schools, how they behave when it comes to science and mathematics. So it grows up to proprietorship and how we behave when we embrace technology in our schools.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for them? I think that's an interesting response, because it's unique that some of us are seated here because we were doing well in science in high school. We were the girls who were doing well in science. And I want to jump right into the conversation for the day, because I think one of the output for this is that next year we will have, let's say, 50% female innovators on this stage, right? Can we clap for that fact? Next year, from Uasin Gishu, we'll have 50% educators on the panel. I mean, innovators who are women. So we can also access the Wi-Fi. I will just take a break, and it's on the screen. Please, if you need to engage online, also do that on our platforms, on our Ihub and Dreamland pages. But I will jump to the first question, and I think I will start with Alan, Mr. Rope, who is based here in Uasin Gishu. And I think Alan and Steve, you can answer for us this question. What are some of the key challenges that are currently facing teacher training in Kenya, and particularly for public schools and ECD institutions? I'll give you a minute. What are the current key challenges that are currently facing teacher training in Kenya, especially in ECD and public schools? So Alan and Steve, maybe you can give us a response to that, and we can open for the rest to chime in as well.
So as I, of course, mentioned earlier, I think we launched our first academy last year, the Edtech Innovation Academy. So I'll just dive in with the challenges we faced during that period. So for mostly teachers, especially in the public sector, what they are facing is actually accessing technological tools, number one. For example, the LMS, of course, they don't know how to access the LMS, even the use of it, because most of them are geared up to be able to upload their curriculums, and they don't have a place where they can do that, because when they want to access it, actually it's very expensive for them to access. So with that, we'll bridge the gap and create a platform from them moving forward. Then learning materials, right? So today I'm actually very happy because of how the startups have showcased their product for them to see there are other things outside there that can also benefit them. And also last but not least is actually where they are based in the rural facilities. Now we have just talked about internet, right? So where they are, they can't even access actually the internet set of things. So if you can be able to do that in those side of areas, can be very impactful.
Great, thank you so much. And Steve, maybe you can add to that.
From our experience as Dignitas, adding to what he has said, the other thing that we have seen is understanding how adults learn, right? You need to understand adult learning principles so that whatever training that you're offering, you're presenting, becomes something more experiential, something that they can apply within the context of their world, something that is not idealistic, but works within the materials that they have, the resources that they have, but also the other realities of like, this is a teacher teaching 100 learners. Right? Actually, we were at Ihub just this week with a teacher training, and we were teaching how a teacher should focus on every learner. And one teacher challenged us. They asked our coaches, show us practically, how do you, if I have 100 learners, how do you practically focus on every learner? So just going, offering training that speaks to them in a way that they can relate. And the final bit is costs. And I think there's a lot of teacher training out there, but sometimes teachers have to bear the cost. And I think tech is one way to bridge that gap.
And I think that's an interesting fact, because even as you mentioned, in public schools, you find that the ratio of teacher to learners is between 70 to 120, which when we are talking about digital tools, we're thinking most solution providers are thinking one device to one learner, which is almost unattainable. And I want to bring it to Philip and Larix on this side. We'll use this mic. And I think for me, my question to you is, what have you observed as the trend of using digital tools in Uasin Gishu? And what are the key successes that you can see with teachers applying digital tools in the classroom?
Thank you so much, Lillian. So when you look at the trends of teachers using digital tools in Uasin Gishu, you want to look at how are teachers being innovative in their teaching strategies. So with the schools that I've worked with the private sector mostly, and one enabler of successful digital penetration is access to the digital tools themselves. So a majority of our teachers nowadays are either on WhatsApp or Facebook. That means they're having a digital device to teach. But it lies again with the creativity of the teacher. The backbone of this is on the creativity of the teacher. So a majority of the teachers that I've seen, because they face similar challenges that Steve has talked about, the numbers are very high. So for you to hit the button on the head, you have to be innovative. So the teachers that I've worked with, majority of them are kind of innovative. So they're using a lot of open source learning systems that are there. You find that a teacher who is teaching phonics in a class will want to expose learners to either songs or letter recognition activities via their phone, because that is what they have in the places that they work with. But a majority of these solutions that are very innovative might not have the penetration that we might think in our schools. So it needs some sort of awareness and training so that we can have these solutions reach to most of the schools in Eldoret.
Okay. Yeah, that's a very good question, and thank you for that. I happen to also be an AI instructor at the Cube Innovation Hub, and what we use mainly is digital tools. Like one of the products we have at the hub is the LMS, and that has made it quite easier for us to custom make the content towards a learner's needs. Okay, there are those who maybe are professionals and they're still working, so it's easier for them to access the content that they need. Now we also have the younger ones who maybe technology is a learning curve to them. So what we are forced to do is make it easier. We gamify maybe a course that they need to know. And that way, instead of them just looking at how complex the solution is, they are more involved into the games, and then you deliver your course there. And I like what he said. It's more or less about how do you create context in what you're training. It might be complex, but I always use the word, do you Swahilify it? Most technology is in English. How do you make it easier for someone to conceptualize before even for them to appreciate what you're trying to teach? And that is one thing I've come to appreciate with AI. It helps you interpret something to the basic level so that at the end of it, this person can clearly explain it by themselves in their own words the best way possible. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. And I will jump to Julius, especially when it comes to young learners and ECD. We realize that a lot of ECD institutions are still grappling with what tech is right for ECD, and I think you have experience in working with the younger kids. So how does adoption look like, especially in the classroom, for younger kids, and enhancing the use of technology but not disruptive in the learning process?
Thank you very much, Lillian. Majority of the times when we speak about technology and innovation, we are talking about disruption, which is a word that we've tried to really avoid in the Edtech space, because you don't want to disrupt the education space. You want to enhance, you want to come right into the daily life of a teacher, you want to come right into the daily life of that learner and make it better. So for whatever the teacher was using 10 hours, they can use 5. For whatever the learner was using 5 minutes, they can use a minute. So when we are developing solutions, especially targeting those young kids, we want to intersect right into their lives. We want to get right into what they are doing. And that is where the concept of gamification comes in. Where you find children is where they play. Where you want to get to them is where they are having fun. So are you able to make them have fun? Are you able to come right into that enjoyment that they are looking for? So when we gamify learning for them, when we make it fun, for solutions targeting those young kids, we are not competing with the other solution. We are not competing with the other product. We are competing with that cartoon that they love watching. Are you able to take them from 5 minutes of cartoon into 5 minutes of using your product? So when you are able to achieve this, then it becomes easier, it becomes more acceptable, it becomes part of the functioning. So what we have found success with is finding teachers and learners in what they like most. When you find them there, you are able now to start having a conversation. You don't want them to treat your product as a good to have. You want them to treat it as a must have. When it's a must have, it becomes easier for you to have a conversation with them. But when it's just a good to have, they can wait for next year, they can wait for the other time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And maybe it's interesting that you've mentioned it needs to intersect with their day-to-day life. And Steve, I want to jump right into the teacher training aspect of it. And you find that in rural areas, it is almost not reachable and affordable to train teachers within these areas. So the question I have, and welcome Mr. John Slater, we can just acknowledge that you're here. Thank you so much for making it. And I want to ask, what is a model that is usable, that can be scaled, so that teachers who are in unreachable areas can access training on digital tools?
Thank you, Lillian. So the way Dignitas ended up in the Edtech space is because we were doing a lot of in-person training and coaching. And then COVID happened. And so in as much as we were very close to those schools, there is already immediately a limitation. And we started wondering and thinking, how do we make sure this teacher is supported when you cannot be there in person? And I think that's the same context that we find with some of the schools, in some of the schools that we work in Isiolo, in Turkana, in Garissa. And that is why Edtech is a big component of this. But even as you design that, there's two things that we have tried to stay true. To first understand the limitations of their context, right? Guys will have network for maybe in a specific sport. Once they move from that, then they are disconnected. So does your application, does your product allow for them, let's say, to download and then and be able to work offline, and then they're able to reconnect and continue if they need to send back data and stuff like that. So just how viable is your product in those spaces? I think that's one. But the second thing is also just making it as simple as possible. When we started, our login process was very complex. You get a password, you get a PIN, then you have to confirm security. No one wants to go through that, and especially if your main interest is just like, I want to access certain information. So just trying to make sure that the steps that they need to use the product are as simple and as basic as possible. But the other thing that we have seen to work is, even in the design of the product, how does it really speak to them? So our product is called Lead Now by Dignitas, and it supports teachers. And when we were developing it, we just didn't bring in experts and professionals from the teaching aspect, but we also brought, I think, about 40 teachers to come and tell us, does this speak to you? How do you want this done? So I think when you consider those things, then it becomes relevant, not just to one teacher that you have in mind, but to just the different teachers that you will find in various contexts, in very different spaces, that education we need to make sure education is quality.
Great, thank you. And maybe John, I can loop you in, and thank you for showing up again. And I have a quick question, especially with the work that you do with teachers in line with your tool. Because Larynx alluded to using WhatsApp and Gmail and tools like that to make it easier to train teachers. And I wanted to know, what tools have you found very useful to continuous support teachers for learning in the classroom using your tech solution? And what data are you seeing? What data are you seeing in the back end?
So at the beginning, we decided on a building DigiSchool. Actually, it was just a teacher-facing product before it became an ERP. So what could we make? So you have a solution for schools, which is very good. Adoption is another problem. So how will you make sure that this teacher, not even every day, maybe once a month, uses your product? So the first thing we did is we looked at the administrative side, even not the education side. So you realize most teachers, instead of teaching, are knee-deep into doing administrative work, grading report cards, coming up with analysis and all that. So we said, can we first take that hassle out of them and let it be just by a click of a button able to get all this. So we realize now they have more time, they're loving the product, term by term, parents are seeing it. Also now they're able to get analysis of how the child is doing. And what we came to realize that they came to really like was, now I can focus if by giving out tests which are topic-based and which are not exam-based at the end of the term, they're able to know which areas can I put more concentration on and how can I assist the students. So first we started with that, just bringing the analytics. Now CBC came in, was a game changer. In that, I liked how it has been done, because we're having the learning area, then you're having the strands, then you're having the substrand. So what we did in our system with DigiSchool, we are able to filter down to each substrand and able to see what effort needs to be done here. Apart from that, there is all this is just data analytics. There is the qualitative side of it. Like my kid today was the best. He showed the class something. Photos, pictures really speak a lot. So can we, if my kid is doing something very well in class, how can me as a parent who is at home interface with that? So you realize before we used to have diaries, they bring them home, we sign it back, the teacher gets to have it, you take it back to the teacher. But nowadays as parents, I'm a millennial parent, you're so busy. But one thing I always have is my phone. So what if I get an in-app notification that with a photo of my child doing a beadwork or something? It gives me that parental engagement. So I know it takes a village to raise a child, and this village you're just trying to digitize. So having such tools and having also the feedback loop, not just because we realized on the grading side and all that, it was one face. The teacher and the school is telling me, the parent, something. I have no feedback loop to talk back to the teacher. So we also made it very simple for that. So this year we started utilizing WhatsApp. Before, they were just doing in-app notifications and they can communicate directly with the teacher. The school decided we have also a more centralized way of doing that. So for WhatsApp, it's just mainly for doing broadcast and telling the parents or the teachers or the community what is happening. But what has really worked for us is our app. How they're able to communicate and do all that in one platform has been giving us that. So we have been seeing now from grading and analytics to attendance taking day by day. So we're having teachers using these tools day by day to also that parental feedback, because especially for the CBC or grade 3 going down, the diaries usually are a lot. So that also they're having that every time. So yeah, thanks.
Great, thank you so much for that. And I think a lot of the involving all the stakeholders in the learning process is a big part in ensuring that learning actually happens, but also your tool is effectively being used. And I think this is now to the Uasin Gishu hosts, that's Philip and Alan. And I think I'm curious to know how are you engaging with government when it comes to adoption of digital tools, especially in Uasin Gishu? And how can government come in and support the work you're already doing with learners and teachers at different capacities?
Yeah, thank you. So when you look at the regulatory framework of Kenya, when you look at the tools that we make, the innovations that we make, there are two ministries that are very key. The Ministry of Innovation, the Department of Innovations, and also the Ministry of Education. So before, as a tech innovator comes in, they need to look at the regulatory framework on what is the space saying, what is the government saying, because there is nothing that you can deploy in a school without the Ministry of Education giving you a go-ahead. It can be one department or another one, but it must have gone through the regulatory framework to make sure that everything that we deploy to the schools are safe. So you look like what we do in Eldoret, we train teachers. So if you want to train teachers, is your content approved in the first place? What is the ministry saying? If it is a learning module that has by the back end user as a child, is it something that is safe? What does the KICD say about the content that is there? Because the limitations are, you might find a very good application, but you're deploying it in the wrong way. The substrands or the strands or the topics that are there are not aligned to what the ministry is saying. So in the first place, before you have any tech reaching the learners or the users, the regulatory framework needs to have been checked before you get yourself into problems. So that is what I can say about that. But I think you can add more on that.
Sorry. So actually, I will start with the curriculum. I think it's very important to talk about it because the curriculum keep on changing each and every time. based on the learner. And also the approval, the accreditation approval. So recently we got accredited, but now it took times for us to actually get that. So I will also want the government in place to help us to actually modify, because the curriculum keeps on changing each and every time. And also what I would like them to do also in the county government, we have the digital hubs that are there. So with partnership with them, as much as we're saying we want the teachers to access the online platform, we should be able to engage on the digital hubs that are in the rural places so that we can be able to teach them where they are. And also, I think the regulation, also, as we did also launch the LMS. I know everyone is facing this challenge. You also have to be regulated by the accreditation facility. It's called ODEL, I think you understand. So I think they should also ease up the regulation policies. And also they should change the policies in terms of tech adoption, because this thing is moving very fast. So we need to get many people to be able to adopt it as much as possible. Like I mentioned, the TUT program, I think also should need to be adopted very fast, because we have a wider market around here. When you talk about North Rift, it's big. When you come to the Nakuru, when you come to Eldoret, when you come to Kitale, you go out to Kapenguria, all those teachers need to be taught all these technologies that are coming up. So I think that's it for me. Okay, thank you.
And it's interesting that you've mentioned, and maybe I'll throw it back to the panel, anyone who wants to answer. I think what safeguards, because as you're saying that on a regulatory framework, it's a challenge, but what safeguards should be put in place, especially with these tech tools, to one, safeguard the teachers and their data, but also to safeguard the learners and the content that they're interacting with. Because as innovators, we struggle, yes, with this getting approvals, but then we understand that the idea behind the government putting these regulations is to protect what is getting into the school. The government as a regulator needs to protect what learners are learning in the classroom. So I want to ask, maybe from the solution providers, what safeguards do we need to put in our solutions to ensure that our learners are safe and our teachers are safe, and in general our classroom are digitally safe spaces?
Thank you, Lillian. So when you look at the regulations that are there in Kenya, one is the Data Protection Act, which is very key when it comes to any application or any form of data collection. At the back end, you had him talking about DigiSchool. So any user that is using a specific app, there is some sort of data that is very key to improvement of the same, to monitoring of the same. So the Data Protection Act of Kenya is very key when you are launching any digital intervention. The other thing that you look at, I know developers here will tell you, one of the key things is a child is using an application. You don't want to take, you might take their credentials, because remember, this is a child. The consent might be given by another person who is the parent on the other end. So you need to have a framework on how is this data that is being collected or being harvested from the usage of this app encrypted, and you cannot, they're used for specific purposes and not any other purpose that is out there. So any other solution that is there, they'll tell you that the encryption of the data, the usage of the data, and if there's any sort of publication from how this usage is being used, should be key when it comes to the company policy, because they'll have all those sorts of checks and balances in place before that. Yeah.
Okay. Personally, let me talk to, I know most of my colleagues have finished products, so let me represent the startups world, since I'm from Startup Grind, and because I deal with startups at different levels, those who are in early stage, those who just want to begin, and maybe some of my colleagues here who already have finished products. So data protection is very important. But let's say amongst you there is someone who is still working on something, it's not yet commercial, you're still piloting, okay? As important as it is, as you said, you should be able to know at what level you should go, how far should you use the data. If you're still starting, and this is just to try and help reduce your barriers towards execution, just know this data, are you taking it to try out and do your proof of concept, or are you taking it to go and make money? Those are two very different scenarios. If you're going to make money, now my good friend here with the data protection, they'll come after you. But if it is proof of concept, there is a way we frame it so that it doesn't get you into legal trouble, but it keeps you within the, let's say for example at the Cube, we give you an environment, ecosystem to try out. Is this effective, okay? Because at the end of the day, these are people's data, they are private, okay? So I think that's my take. So what I'm trying to say is if you're starting out, don't see it as a barrier, but as a step that you'll get to, but to go face by face. Thank you.
My take is basically not on the data protection or on a regulatory framework, but just as a child. I'm a parent. We all give our child these devices, but do you know what they see on these devices? It's very, very keen to know what your child is looking at. So if you have a child at home and he has a phone or he takes your phone, which is an adult phone, he goes to YouTube and he's watching a lot of Cocomelon, and another ad shows up which leads them to an adult site. Or they're learning and something pops up. So what safeguards are you putting as a parent, or if your schools are having digital devices which are accessible to the internet, what safeguards is the school putting to do that? So when we started our STEM program and we're going to schools, they're having labs, they're having internet, and sometimes kids are in the computer lab without the teacher. So you walk in and you find kids looking at funny content. So we had to teach the school that you can block some of the IPs, that you say this, you can whitelist or blacklist them, that's on a network side, on the router, that they can only access these websites. No other websites they can access. So if you decide they're going to Khan Academy or to DigiSchool or to Isoma for learning, they can't live in the school network. They can't do that. So also as a parent, the filters you should put in place, you usually have a child's account. Google gives you that. You don't give them your account to log into your phone. So as a child account, from wherever you are able to see what your child is seeing, and you're able to limit and fence them so that they're not exposed. They're very curious, they're at a young age, they're learning a lot, and if we don't put these protections, they are growing in a different generation than the one we grew up in. They know more about this than you, so just make sure. Internet is a very good resource for learning, but it's a very dangerous place too. For the young mind, let's put safeguards in place that can protect them.
That's true. And I think maybe as we come also to a wrap for this, I think the innovators on that side, maybe you can talk more about when it comes to giving advocacy for safeguards within your solutions. How do you integrate that in the teacher training or your parental training for use of your platforms? And how can that be pushed forward? What ideas do you have on how to push forward safeguards for learning in the 21st century time?
Thank you, Lillian. I think when we speak to using digital solutions, there is one thing that has come up more often than not, then we as parents, we as teachers have gotten to a point whereby we cannot take away the screen from the learner. Like the screen is part of their daily routine. They'll come home, they want to watch cartoon, they want to play a game, they will want to be on that gadget, they will want to be on TV. But now the question that we've been putting forward is, how do we not just give them the screen, but make quality use of the screen? we have agreed that we cannot take it away from them, but how do we make it quality time on the screen? And that is where now, as a parent, there is a safeguard that you must put in. Yes, I'll give you the phone, but you have to accomplish ABCD with this phone. Yes, we'll have the remote, but you can only watch this and that at this given time. So that is a parental safeguard. We as solution creators, how are we putting safeguards to ensure that it is quality screen news and that the children are not exposed? Number one, we don't register a child on the platform. The person we register is the parent. You as a parent, you create an account, then as many children as you have them under your account. So the only person who can grant access to that account is the parent who logs in, and then your child is able to go to their dashboard and do what they are supposed to do. So as a parent, we have created that the child will only log in because the parent has allowed, because the credentials belong to the parent. Then as the children continue using the platform, how are we trying to make sure that they remain online? For instance, with Isoma Kids, we have a notification trigger that we set for the parent that your child has spent so much time without doing anything on the platform, but they are logged in. So there is a possibility they have left that screen and gone to another one. Number two, they have an assignment that they needed to take, and within 15 seconds, a child has completed the 10-question assignment. Then we will trigger a notification that we have detected guesswork on that platform, and we will send you a message as a parent that we have, okay, this is essentially, we are snitching on the child, but we want to make sure that the child is learning. So when we send you that notification, it is not to say that the child is bad. We are all like that when we are children. All we want you to do is go and check on the safeguards that we put, that you are supposed to spend 20 minutes on Isoma Kids and return the phone, but the kid wants to be very clever and use 15 seconds on the assignment and go and do something else. So you are able to say that you are able to bring your child back onto line. So it is a collective effort to make sure that our children are not getting off the rails. They are not using the screen just for their own entertainment, but they are learning when they are using it. So thank you.
I would add, I can only add because I think he got it right, but just feedback, right? What at the back end, whoever is in charge, are they able to see what is happening, how much time this person is spending on this app, right? When did they log in, when did they log out? Those things have been critical for us. Even our solution is teacher facing, and so the dynamics are a little bit different. But even with teachers, you giving them feedback at the end of the, let's say, our module, they're able to track and see, was I actually in this app and focusing on this app, right? Was I paying attention? Was I trying to answer 10 questions in 15 seconds, right? So that it kind of sharpens their focus and helps them use the product for its intended purpose.
Thank you. And finally, Alan, maybe you can say.
Just to add on that, I think I've actually just to add a few. So how we have done with our solution, I think we have separated the two. So we have for the adults, the LMS, and also we have for the young kids, because we thought that it will be very difficult to tell parents and every time, kindly come, log in their account, make sure it's this. So we just create an age gap in between the two sites, yeah. And number two, I think it's very difficult to be able, even me, I have a kid, so it's very difficult to be able to tell them, just leave this phone, we don't do it. So the thing is just to regularize, and I'm hoping us as innovators, we can come up with our own operating system. I think it's very important, so that whenever we are just getting a gadget, the operating system itself speaks for the kids only. Because even if we create all those tools or policies, they still find a way to bypass. Our kids are they are very sharp, even than us. So we usually think that we know what they're doing, but actually they're even more advanced than that. So I think we can create that operating system as innovators. That's what I can just add. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I'll maybe ask one of the team from CubeHub to support me with taking the microphone, so that if there's anyone with a question, you can lift your hand up and they can actually come to you. But it's funny that you're saying concentration is a challenge, and even for us adults. I've just remembered when I open my email sometimes for working, and then a WhatsApp notification comes, and then I have to read the WhatsApp notification, and 2 hours later, I'm in Instagram and down the road to TikTok, right? So, I mean, like focus is something also us as adults need to master as we are telling kids to use these digital tools. So, thank you very much. And we have one question over here. So, and I don't know, anyone else who has a question, we'll take like 3 of them. And then we have a second one there. The third one here. So we have 3 questions. We'll pick them for the panel. Anyone, you can ask a direct question to the panelist, or you can just ask a general question and one of them can pick it up. So please go ahead.
My name is Victor, and I have 2 questions. For the background, I previously had worked with the Ministry of Education as a ICT consultant on an internship program, and that is what got me curious to attend today's session. I was in Elgeyo Marakwet County, and we were working with teachers. For the solution providers, this is a general question. You have provided tangible solutions, but none of you has actually highlighted the terms of use and the security aspect of the digital use on your devices, on your systems and applications. Secondly, the question is for DigiSchool. Initially, you worked in partnership with the government on the digital tablets. The project has stalled, but back at the rural areas, our teachers are still anxious and they are unable to get support on your product. So I'd like to maybe have maybe something to be able to share with them, because technology is part of our society. Despite the minimal adoption levels, we also need to factor in inclusivity for the public institutions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Jeremiah Rambo. My brother there said, and it's a fact, that there is no way you can separate this generation with the screen. But according to me, there is laxity in the part of the government. Also, experts, there's a way you have not made this, whereby the kids can access the internet without getting access to the content that belongs to adult. Also, to the teachers, our teachers are not 100% conversant. In fact, they are like 30% conversant with the internet world. When you are opening an account, sometimes it gives you an option. That's a Gmail account. It gives you an option. It asks you whether you're opening that account for your kid or for your own use or for the business. Most of us don't know that we can open the account for the kids, and mara nyingi wana open for their personal use. Unapata you have an account na hii simu ambayo umeachia mtoto, account yako ndiko pale. Wakati mtoto atakuwa kwa internet pale hivyo, the pop-ups zinakuja pale hivyo ni ya unaona. So kwa mambo na protecting these kids, bado we are far. So my suggestion, mara nyingi wasipendi complain, but to give the correction. As you are creating the apps, the softwares, weka in a way that when you log in, you use the account that has been created by the parent but for the kids, so that unaweza kucontrol these pop-ups zenye zitakuwa zinakuja kufanya nini, kuharibu wa watoto. Another thing, sijui kama kuna somebody mwenye ako well conversant with the using of the installation of Wi-Fi. For example, if I install for you a Wi-Fi, anything that will be searching on that Wi-Fi, I can access. What do I mean? Unless ni change the DNS, weke maybe Cloudflare, or you know how you can control it. Also with your apps, if you are creating them for the kids, you are supposed to create it in a way that any information that the kid will be accessing in that software, you can be able to access, and you don't give an option of changing, so that whenever it reaches a point whereby unaona wameingia kwa adult content, you control from where you are by blocking them. Lastly, when you're creating the software, create a software that the moment imefunguliwa kwa simu, si ati simu itahang, the moment imefunguliwa kwa simu ama kwa computer, it is only that software that can be used there, yenye hata ukienda kufungua another, what do we call it, kwa Explorer, ukienda hata kufungua another thing haitafungua mpaka utoke kwa hiyo software, which means you can be able to protect yourself that the moment our software is on, for example, tuseme, so unaona that the display in screen, the moment ukifungua, only those things that are on the display there and the ones that you are allowed to access there, ndio unaweza access kama ni ya watoto, but huwezi access any other somewhere. Thank you very much and may God bless you.
Thank you very much. We have one more question here, and maybe we can pick that from this lady or this one there.
Okay, thank you. I have a question related to data processing from the Data Protection Act of 2019, Chapter 33 or Section 33 and 34. Processing of personal data relating to a child. That is Section 33, Part 2. A data controller or a data processor shall incorporate a mechanism for age verification. How do I verify age of a child that maybe the parent has given to me with a birth certificate? We are in the digital world. Parents and people have really gotten money from teachers and institutions who have not protected data gotten from a child. They only wait and see whether you used a picture of a child in maybe a class context, and then they come back and tell you, we did not tell you to reach this far. Because when you give out the consent form for the parents to sign, this now goes to Section 34, the volume of the data that you get from the minor. How will you quantify the volume? That is where they come in and say, I did not tell you to go to this extent. So as an educator that is given that child to use on the digital platform, how do we protect the volume as per the Act? As we speak here, it looks very simple. But when you go to court, you will know that there are things you did not know when you are signing the consent with the parent. So kindly guide us on how to verify and quantify the data volume, the personal data that we are getting from this particular child to use this platform. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And one more question. I think we will compress them because of time. Please.
Good morning. I am Achieno Jacinta. I have a question for Isoma Kids. You said that you have restricted your software, your system, that anything the kid does, it just give a notification to a parent. And for example, I'm a kid. I have given a phone with my parents to do some assignments from Isoma, and the notification pops that I've done the questions within 15 seconds, right? And then I just scroll it, or I put the notification kwa spam, evil. You know, these kids are genius, Gen Alpha genius. They can do anything to your phone. And mzazi ujua kazi yake ni bora receive call, afanye nini. Bora umefanya ni sawa, ametoka. Haizi jua. So I think on that, we can do anything to hide the parent to know, like, ati nilifanya na 15 seconds, nilifanya nini na nini, ni ngumu. I think we just need to use rewards. Weka ile nye kama game, and akifika level flani, and unlock nini. Sani ile, atakuwa motivated, ukieka rewards, friendly match, like, akuwe position 1 leadership board, unaona, like, I think it will be better, so the kid, ujua wao wanataka kuwa genius, and they're more curious, so they'll be like, okay, nikicheza hii game, tufanye equation, tapata the character flani, let me do it. Rather than sending notification, it's not a bad idea, but ni tricky.
Thank you so much for the people who have asked questions. We can clap for them. And I'll compress. I think a lot of us are concerned with data protection. So maybe in our next engagement, we should have a data protection person on board. But I think on the data protection aspect, and I think I'll open it up to the startup grind people, the people from Uasin Gishu mostly. And I think the conversation more about on the security measures and systems that can be applied, and the volume of what data is being processed and how that can be navigated. And I think you alluded to some of that with the Act. And also, I think the question on, I think it's just what options are there for learners to focus on the learning when they're on the device, as opposed to them engaging with inappropriate content? That's one question. Then for Isoma is, and I think it's something you already have, a reward system, which is, I think you can mention briefly, because you'll be doing a demo where you have a reward system in place for kids to do that. And then there's a question on DigiSchool, and I think that's a hard one, because I know DLP was not a DigiSchool initiative, it was a government initiative. So about DLP, what next? How can the devices still be used to enhance learning? So we'll start with the data protection.
Yeah, thank you. So I don't work for the government. Let me start from there. So I don't speak for the government. So, because I'm protecting myself. But when you look at the Data Protection Act of 2019, this is a new kid on the block. And I think the guys working on it are still grumbling with a lot of issues. But this act was passed to protect us, or protect users, or protect parents, and different people from their privacy issues being used for personal gains by other people. When you're referring to the Data Protection Act, you don't look at it as an exclusive body that talks about everything. When it comes to applications and working with schools or parents, you look at it as one stem of the tree, because this act provides guidance on what is there. But there are other acts, like the Basic Education Act tells us the responsibility of a parent when it comes to their children. The Constitution of Kenya also will tell you what is your responsibility or the responsibilities of the schools when it comes to their service providers. There are so many other acts that work in concurrent with the Data Protection Act. So it doesn't work in alone, but there are other moral obligations that are attached to it. So it is something that when you're developing or looking at it, you don't look at it as one. But when it comes to a school, you look at what is the responsibility of the teacher in protecting the minor and their information. What is the responsibility of the parent when they are at home? That is under the Basic Education Act, when they are dealing with this child again. Because at one time they'll be extrapolating their data to some other providers. So you don't look at it as a standalone. Then there was another issue that I wanted to respond to, issues of us parents not understanding or opening accounts for our children. So one time I was working on a parental program, and there's a lot of gaps, if you want to say so, because there's a lot of advocacy that needs to be taken to our schools, our community, and our the custodians of children in understanding their role to the minors. Anything that a minor does should be given a consent by the parent. The parent is the key until that child goes to the age of 18. So it is the sole responsibility of the parent sitting down and understanding their responsibility. What do I need my child to do? What are they accessing? Where are they accessing? That is just a moral obligation, and it doesn't have to be tied to anything, because it is a moral duty and an obligation of the parent. So those are the two things that I wanted to respond to as the other panelists look at the others.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, my sister, for that challenge. It is interesting when you're dealing with children, and yeah, I know we came across as those watu wenye wako na snitch vibes, eh? So that is not all we do. We have a very good reward scheme for children. When we say that we trigger a notification for that the child did guesswork, we don't record that which they did first. We don't take that record into the database because we want to give them a chance to redo it and redo it well. And if a child does a lot of guesswork and they get 90%, we are not going to trigger a notification because essentially this is probably a very, very brilliant child. But if you took 15 seconds to score 15%, there is a little bit of a challenge. We will not take that record. We will give you an opportunity to redo that assignment. And the thing is, when you complete the assignment successfully, whether you got 10, 20, 30, 100, but you did it, you will earn some learning points. You'll get points that then you use in the platform to create your own virtual Zoom. So we are trying to, sijui nitasema, tunauma kidogo, tunapuliza kidogo. Because again, this is a child. You will get to hear a parent saying, huyo kama sijamchapa, hawezi sikia, right? And you'll get to find another parent saying, huyo ukimnunulia tu sweetie, atakimbia. Sini kweli? So one of them is getting motivation from a little bit of punishment. Another one is getting motivation from a little bit of reward. So we want to do a little bit of a mix of the two. Sometimes report this kid a little bit, not a lot. And we have seen it work. Because again, you will find that out of 100 kids, out of 100 assessments done, you only caught like 3 doing that sort of guesswork. And out of the 3, when they redid the assessment, they took their good time and scored well. So it is not just a matter of we want to push them with some punishment, but also with a reward scheme. Because again, if you don't redo and complete, the reward of getting learning points, you don't get it. So I hope that is addressed a little bit. So we are doing a little bit on what you said and a little bit on what you felt we are beating them kidogo. Yes, thank you.
DLP.
We are DigiSchool. Are you saying it's cool? Not school? Okay. trademarked. We are different from the digital literacy program, which was giving out devices to schools. And I think that came in, which year was that?
2019?
2018, 2019,
Yes.
yes? Yeah, and they really, one thing I really loved about that program, I really wish the government maintained it, is finally schools in the rural areas got devices. And that was just a town thing. Those guys didn't have devices. So they loaded them with the devices, teachers were taught, then I'm not in charge of government policy. It changed, I don't know why it changed. So I really, some schools are still having them. Are they operational, if I may ask? Oh, it's not updated. Mhm.
And maybe I can speak into that a bit, and because I know I did a project that was handling the DLP devices, and the challenge with that is that the operating system of that device is now outdated.
Yes.
And unfortunately, the solutions that are in the market now cannot be supported by that operating system, either because they have not been updated regularly, or the version, because I think it's a 32-bit. Yeah, it's 32-bit. So you find that that cannot support some of the solutions that are in the market now. And I think a wider conversation is also on the dynamic nature of devices that is in the market, where you find that an Android 8 or something is something that can be used and no longer used. And with the change of device and operating systems, how can schools adapt faster to be able to adopt the tech solutions? And that's a very wide conversation. Maybe you can have an opinion on that.
Yeah, so I think I will just even pass it to Isoma. We were building our application for the iOS, and Apple told us we are no longer supporting those devices.
Exactly.
So we are wondering, we have to think about backward compatibility. Not everyone in Africa is moving as fast as these devices are being released. So there is a market for it, but it's not on the store. He will tell you he can build a scaled down version of the same, which you can just install. You don't have to download it. Maybe you download it from his website. That's what we did with our parents in the rural areas who are not. So we tell them, the town people, go to the store, download it. The other guys, we have an old version of the same. You can download it from our website. But now Android will tell you it's suspicious. You have to turn on or turn off this. So we give them the procedure just for them to work. So we have to really, as much as we're building tech for the future, we have to think about the underserved communities in the rural areas who are still, because those devices, their batteries are good, their screens are okay, but the content is outdated. So the other thing I would really like to do, you might be having installable apps, which might be a problem, but you can be having browser-based apps, which is a link they can go to and they can learn. I think there is a lot of people in the ecosystem who are doing that very well. Isoma is one of them, and they'll be able to assist you in this. Maybe I'd give it to him again.
Yeah, sure, technology keeps running away from us. We keep chasing it, but we cannot forget what we have to utilize. And that is why web-based applications sometimes really help in terms of maintaining relevance for the people who are not running as fast as the others. You will find that with any browser, even if, okay, Opera Mini is not one of the best browsers, but any browser will be able to access like a solution like Isoma Kids. And at the same time, if you have a futuristic gadget, you are able to download an application and still use it. So it's a matter of balancing, because again, even as we try to balance, we're also looking at business. You cannot remain so much far behind because you also want to chase what is, because if you go to a very old version on operating system, you will not be able to integrate some of the features, and some of these features are what you're trying to market and sell to your next client. So it's a tricky balance. You maintain a very good old solution that can be accessible by everyone, but at the same time you are growing to be able to catch up with where the technology is going. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and we can clap for our panelists for that enlightening conversation. I appreciate all of you for the conversation, and it's interesting that we are here because of the Edtech Festival, and we're getting to learn about the tech tools that are existing. And in the next session, after our tea break, we'll be doing sessions where the startups themselves get to talk about their solution here on stage, and we'll still also have the exhibitions ongoing where you can continuously engage with the stands and ask all the right questions that are required. So feel free to engage with the stands. We have snack outside, but I want us to just stand up and give a round of applause for the innovators that are on stage as they go down, and then we can take a break afterwards, a tea break, then we'll come back in another 30 minutes to 1 hour so that we can start with the innovative experience. So a round of applause to the solution providers. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Julius. Thank you, John. Thank you, Larix. And thank you, Philip, for that. So outside, there's a tent right behind us, and the snacks are served there. Feel free to take your snack and engage with the startups so that by the time they're coming to do their demo of their solution, you already are able to engage and ask the right questions. Karibuni sana. We can have music.
they smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mommy, myself, no two parts like this. So many things inside of my jeans. Slide down, DBTs.
tea break is over and we can start making it back to our meeting area so that we can start on the school EdTech clinic. I will ask all the teachers and educators who are present to please come and sit. We go for our next session. I hope you enjoyed the tea. I hope you enjoy interacting with the solutions. I'm enjoying the conversations that are currently ongoing and also the questions that were being asked. And I hope you get all your questions answered. So I will give us 5 minutes to just put away our plates and come to the sitting area. And then after 5 minutes, we will start on the school EdTech clinic. For the QBAB team, please support us in giving out the forms so that we don't take a long time. So thank you so much and talk to you in 5 minutes. minutes are over. Welcome to our IIE. And to begin with it, I will invite my colleague Aurelia to take us through the school Edtech clinic. I want to request us to close out the stands so that we can do the school Edtech clinics bit of it. All the educators, please make it to the front. If you're at a stand, could you please come in front and have a seat? Thank you. So for the people who are seated here, I think I want us to have a quick chat. And I want us to put our learner's hat on. I know most of us were in school, enzi za kale, right? How many were in school before 2013 here? In high school? Who was in high school before 2013? Where? Sisi ni wazee. How many were in high school between 2013 to 2020? Gen Z. Higher. Anyone who was in high school before 2010? Before 2010? Higher. Tusonge. Anyone in high school before 2005? The numbers are reducing, eh? Higher. So great. We are now seated. It's good to know that a lot of the people who are seated there are between 2013 to 2020. So the hope is that we are digitally aligned. So I want you to talk to the person seated next to you. And I want you to ask them, what digital tool would you have enjoyed using in school if you were born in this generation? Apart from the calculator, because I know kuna wenye tulikuwa na Casio, right? Watu wa Casio, how are you? Hoye? Hoye, watu wa Casio? Hey. So apart from the digital calculator, talk to the person next to you. What digital tool would you have enjoyed using if you were born in this generation? Starting now. So your teachers can't tell you, put away your phones. Which tools would you have in school? I can see people are talking. I can see, check. Yeah, I can see people are talking. So who wants to share? Who wants to share their tool? Who wants to share the tool they would want? I want to talk to the backbenchers. Backbencher. So let me walk towards the backbenchers, and I want to know what digital tools would you have wanted to have in class if you were born in this generation? Anyone from this side? Please come.
Good morning. Good afternoon. If I had AI, like artificial intelligence, things would be good for me.
Great. You wanted AI in your classroom. Can you clap for him? Who else has a digital tool they would have loved? Anyone, anyone, anyone? I'm focusing at the back area because it's so easy to forget them. Middle area. Yes.
Canva.
Canva. So you're a creative, right? Nice. He would have wanted to have Canva in the classroom. Any other tool? Any other cool tools that you have interacted with? I love Gemini, so where? Gemini would have helped my school life. Any other tool? I would have loved a mobile phone, only because I'd be asking for M-Pesa messages from my mother. But thank you so much for engaging with us. I think it's interesting to understand what digital tools that we are currently using. Some have said AI, some are saying Canva, some are saying Gemini. I mean, TikTok would have been a good learning tool back then, right? I've seen some TikTok babes. We would have loved WhatsApp as well, because I think it would have been a good tool for homework and prompting, and even group discussions. I was in an interesting conversation last week where there's this tool, the learners are able to share what they're feeling, and afterwards it ends with that session where they can write down their feelings, process their mental health. And I thought that's a good tool because in our generation we were not mentally healthy, right? Great. So Aurelia, it's time for you to come on stage, and we can give a hand to Aurelia as she comes to take us through the school Edtech clinic. Aurelia has done a really good job in putting together this festival, and Aurelia, thank you so much for the work you've been doing. Can you give a hand for her?
Thank you so much, Lillian. Hi, guys. I hope you're well. Thank you for honoring our invite. So, because of time, we'll get into it. Right now, we are doing a school's Edtech clinic. It's a program and our practice. And by show of hands, I'd like to know how many of us are teachers, educators, by show of hands. If you have raised your hand and you don't have this form, raise your hand again. So I have volunteers who are assisting me in giving you this form with a pen, and we'll be doing it together, okay? So in the meantime, I would break down what this is all about. So School Edtech Clinic is designed to drive increased adoption in Edtech in schools for learners, and we follow a diagnostic prescription then support model. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, as I was saying, so we have diagnosis which we'll be doing right now together. Then we'll prescribe the best solution that fits the school's needs, and then we'll support you after, okay? Again, by show of hands, teachers who have not gotten the form. Msijaze sahi, we'll go together, sawa? Great. So we support schools in the different levels, from primary, secondary, all the way to tertiary. And we do this by identifying the barriers as to why you haven't adopted Edtech. Mostly it's because teachers mnaogopa IT, mnaogopa technology, and that's where we come in. You can't be having an Edtech product and you don't know anything to do with the technology end of it, right? So we make sure before you start using our products, you understand the basics. So we have digital literacy training for teachers, and it's free. That's where we come in with the support. And this is after now we have diagnosed you, we've prescribed, you've said your needs, and you've mentioned that the teachers are lacking digital literacy, right? And if you lack internet, if you lack electricity, if you lack devices, all this you'll have to mention so that we know if we are giving you a solution, it's not just an Edtech solution. Because already you are lacking 3 things that they are very important for this model. And if you're lacking them, then it won't make sense that we give you a product, right? So again, by show of hands, a teacher who has no form, nani hana form? Mwalimu? No one? Mko sawa? Great. So let's proceed. So our objectives, as I had said, we identify the barriers, then we propose and support context-relevant solutions, and we improve the access and affordability of those solutions, because it is one thing to have a solution and it is the other to now start paying for it when you don't have the finances, right? So we make sure these solutions also fit your pockets as a school. And we address the unmet learning needs and foster a vibrant collaborative with our Edtech community. So the support is coming from us and also the startups, which will have an immersive experience with them after this. And yeah, next. So our target audience, it's most of you. Teachers are here, school owners, administrators, teachers, everyone, even research and strategic partnerships. We need you to be part of this, to understand the Edtech adoption for schools. Yeah? Yeah, so next. And our support areas are this: Edtech solution, we onboard, then we give free digital literacy support, which I have mentioned. They are for teachers and students, and connectivity and devices, then the financing part. So this is our journey map. So for now, mostly we do it online. It is a virtual thing. But now, because you have physical forms, there is no need of the application. We already know the interest. You are here for the Edtech Festival. So, of course, you have expressed your interest in Edtech, right? And it takes 2 weeks. But for now, it will take today. And we'll diagnose you. From the form you'll fill, that is already diagnosis. We know your needs, right? Then we'll prescribe relevant Edtech solutions to you. Kama shule yako inakosa the digital literacy, we'll do that. Kama inakosa gamified solutions, I'm sure most of us have interacted with the SOMA, right? Yes? Yeah, so if it lacks that, that is what we are going to give you. We won't give you a solution that is not fitting your needs. And then we do the integration, the immersive innovation experience, which we are going again to do here live. So you are going to have this live. And then we have school visitation and pilot. So in Nairobi, we have sorry? In Nairobi, we have visited schools after the application, diagnosis, and prescription. And support. This is where now we come in with the digital literacy, the financing part, the connectivity part, the devices. We are not giving you devices. We are connecting you with people who can give you devices and sell at affordable price. Yes? And this takes, so application is 2 weeks. Then diagnosis is today, we are done with it. Then we'll prescribe and we'll do SMS. We'll tell you after you filled your form, we'll communicate and say, hi Teacher Rose, you expressed your interest, we've diagnosed you, and we are prescribing you with X solution. So these are the steps you're going to take after. then now you have done you will have done the immersive experience, so you truly understand what immersive experience is, right? And now we start supporting you. Next. So these are expected outcomes. We want direct access to Edtech product developers. Something that is lacking is the relationship between a teacher and the Edtech product developer. Most of you have mentioned, sometimes you have interacted with these solutions and you feel left out as an educator, right? So this is our expected outcome, and we want you to use contextually relevant Edtech solutions. Again, as I said, we won't give you something that is not going to work for you. It won't make sense. We'll enhance digital literacy, not just for the teachers, but also your learners. Just the whole school will get the digital literacy training for free, right? And we'll find the solutions that have discounted rates and subscriptions. Some of them have freemium accounts. This means they are free. So you'll get an account where you experience and explore that solution for free for like maybe two weeks or a month. Then after that, you will know that it is actually meeting your needs, and then you can purchase it at discounted prices. They are not overboard. And then there is beta testing, which is a privilege for you. Because today you are going to do the Edtech clinic with us. So you are going to be priority for us. When our solutions want schools to do the testing for, it is you we will choose. And you're going to get premium, what is it called? That word, imekata. Next. So this is our success story. We have enrolled 145 schools from last year. 60 of them have done diagnosis. 10 have been enrolled in the digital literacy trainings and they have completed the classes, and 61 teachers have been trained. We also have a teacher community, it's called Teachers Launch, where 61 of our teachers are there. We share opportunities for growth, teacher development courses, things that are going to build you as an educator, yes. And I think right now we are going to start. Now, this is how the form looks like, right? Now we can start filling it. So we start with your full names, your phone number, name of your school. These are very important, so please guys, put your real names and your real phone number, so that when we are reaching out with these opportunities, you are an actual person. Sometimes we get people writing 0700100. Of course your number si yako, sindio? So when you put your phone number, we know for sure we are going to get you. But if you don't, then you're not going to get the premium treatment, sindio? So if you're done writing your names, phone number, and name of your school, we can go to the next page. This is where mostly it's just ticking. So if you're a principal, tick that. If you're not, don't. If you're a vice principal, tick just vice principal. An admin, a teacher, other, please specify. You can be a strategic partner, a startup maybe who's interested in knowing this other end of the Edtech part. Now we go to the category of your school. Are you a kindergarten? Are you a primary school from grade 1 to 6? Are you a primary grade 1 to 6 with JSS? Upbet. If you're a private school, just tick that. Not everyone, every box. Secondary, university, college, or a TVET. Can we go to the next page? How many of us are with me? By show of hands. Not so many. That is not looking good. Wangapi wamekwama turudi nyuma? By show of hands. Wangapi wako sawa? By show of hands. Great. Aya, so turn the next. So now we have categories. We have the teacher training part. What are the qualifications of your teachers? Have they pursued their degree, diploma, or they have certificates? Come on, they have you have category. The teachers are categorized in the different qualifications. Just say degree, diploma, certificate. Kama it's diploma only, just say diploma. If certificate, just say certificate. Here, hapa kwa response. Then the next question, you have to tell us, have your teachers undergone training related to technology? If yes, say yes. And how often? By how often we want to know, is it monthly, is it annually, is it quarterly, after 2 years? Just say, even if it's after a decade, just mention that. And if it's no, just say no, so that we know that your teachers have not gone through any training and we know where to come in. Then we now want to know what type of support you would need to be a more efficient teacher when using technology. You as a teacher, munataka tukusaidie aje? Mention there. It is when it's open. Just say, I want digital literacy. Don't say I want money. I don't have money, guys. Say I want TPD, teacher professional development. Say that. You want connectivity. Say that. We will know where to place you and how to support you. So what challenges have you as a teacher faced in adopting technology? Is technology difficult for you to understand? Is it that the solutions are also not user-friendly for you? Whatever it is that you feel is dragging you behind, mention. Hapa kwa response. If you are together, by show of hands, 3. Kama tumekwama, by show of hands. No one? Okay. Everyone is understanding the questions? If you have, by show of hands, say, it says yes. By show of hands? Hey, ni moja. By show of hands. 2, sawa. I'd want to go to the second category if you are done with the first. If you're done with the first, raise your hand. Okay, let me give you like 2 minutes. Go to the next category. Yes? No? We proceed. Okay. So now we go to devices and usage. We want to know what digital learning devices are available for use in your school. If you have computers, mention you have computers, tablets, smart boards, projectors, and others. Can be smartphones, can be, what else? That one desktop. If you have one computer, mention it's 1. If you have 10 devices and they are of different specifications, say we have 3 computers, 5 tablets, 1 projector, and 3 smartphones. Mention all that here. And at the how many digital learning devices do you have? Mention them there. We want also to know, do you have a dedicated computer teacher? them being there, it means you have a computer lab, it means you have computers, and it means you have connectivity. By connectivity is internet, right? So you see, you're already set. For you, will come in with directly going to the needs of your school. Because now we have the information, you have computers and internet and even a computer teacher. This computer teacher understands technology. So it is going to be easy for us to merge with him in assisting us in the digital literacy classes. Who mainly uses the computer lab? Is it the teachers? Is it the students? Is it both? If no, say no one. For what purposes? Mention. For classes, for entertainment, mention there. If you don't have a computer teacher, just say no. And if you don't have a computer lab, mention we don't have a computer lab. If we are done with this category, we proceed to the next one. Is it okay? Okay. We still at the connectivity. Is your school connected to the internet? Like I said, if you have a computer teacher, it means you have a computer lab, and it means you have internet and devices. So you'll say you have internet. Which one? Who is your internet service provider? Kama ni Airtel, mention. If it's Starlink, say Starlink. If it's fiber, home fiber, Safaricom, mention. If it's the other local ones, mention Nigani. And say the number of devices that are connected, because sometimes you find that in the whole school, let's say like Lions Primary, computer club is the only place that is connected to the internet and the administrator, right? But if it's the whole school, say it's the whole school. Adiwewe, if you've connected to your smartphone, it means the whole school is connected to the internet, right? Yeah. And rate the quality of your internet. Is it poor? Is it fair? Is it good? Poor is, it buffers all the time. Like you can't even load a page of your next lesson. If it's fair, inamaanisha iko na haiko. Like it can load, but it is shaky. If it's good, inamaanisha you can do your lesson plan, your classes, and anything else you do with your internet. Okay, right? And electricity is also important, because if you don't have electricity, that means you also can't access the computer lab, right? So rate the reliability of electricity in your school. Again, if it's poor, fair, or good, mention that here. And the last one, at the infrastructure and communication, which we are going through, we have the second last is, what digital platform does the school use to communicate with parents? It can be WhatsApp, it can be email, or letters. You see the letters tulikuwa tunapewa wende nayo nyumbani, just write letters, physical letters. If it's WhatsApp, say that it's WhatsApp. These days, most of the schools have a WhatsApp group for all the classes, sindio? So just mention it's WhatsApp. Then say, which digital subscriptions do you currently pay for? This part is example. If you're paying for Isoma, mention that. If you're paying for Mzizi, mention. If you are not paying for any kind of digital subscription, say you are not. And that will be the end of our school Edtech clinic. You are the first batch to experience this live, and I'm very proud of you guys. If you have questions, you can ask me. If you are done with the form, Jane, please tell Faith and the rest to pick them. If you're done with the form, please raise your hand for us to take. Great. Anyone who is stuck, who needs help? Okay, that was my time. Thank you. See you again. Bye.
Thank you for that. As we are collecting the documents from the teachers, apologies to the people who are not participating. Now we are back to the IIE session. Thank you, Aurelia, for supporting the teachers in that aspect. This was very intentional and targeted to the institution heads, and so we are looking forward to following up and seeing that you can adopt the solutions. So we want to move quickly into the IIE session, and that is the startups showcasing what solutions they have and how those solutions are working. So I will invite Julius from Isoma, who's our first, and our focus is on gamified learning. And I want us to welcome him with a hand clap, but he can take us through his platform and how it works as we engage with our devices. Let's clap for him as he comes. Welcome, Julius. And I hope your phones are connected to the internet. There's the Wi-Fi that has been put up. So please feel free to access the Wi-Fi. There's the QR codes all around the room so that you can engage. And if you're on phone, you can click onto the isoma.com Edtech link as we continuously engage. Welcome, Julia.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I bring different energy now because we come in as children, we come in as kids, and kids must have fun, right? I know nowadays we're used to cocomelon every hour, lakini kuna wenye wameanza kuwabadilisha wanaoita cocofelons. I want us to call them cocofelons. Children are good people. So I want us to have a little bit of a feel of how children feel when they come onto Isoma Kids. This link provided here takes you into some demo account where you don't have to register, you don't have to put in your details. It is just you accessing and having a little bit of a feel of how we have put across Isoma Kids. But before we go there, I want to give you a brief of what Isoma Kids is. And it's a gamified platform for literacy and numeracy. Literacy and numeracy is the foundation of all learning. If you want our children to master every concept, to go into lifelong learning, to get to college, to get the best courses, to even do STEM, to be able to use a phone, the most important thing is that they must know how to read, understand, and write. At the very basic minimum, why each one of you is in this hall today is because you can read and understand. So we need to give every child that opportunity to read, understand, and be able to grasp the opportunities that come with life. So I will request the person who is controlling. I don't know if everybody has put in these Isoma Kids, isomakids.com/edtech. Put that into your browser so that we go together. I also want to request Aurelia to put us into that link also. So you can close, when this pops up, just close it. This is our demo account. This is what a child sees when they come onto our platform. And you know, the thing with kids is that they love things that are visually appealing. The background you see here, I remember principal asking about child details and those personal details. You can see this is how our child looks like. Our child is an avatar, is a lion, is a monkey, and another one. That is the visual of the child. They select whichever avatar they want for themselves. The background can be different based on the child and what they like. Do they love color blue? Do they love the environment that is green? Do they love something brown like Kyle here? So whatever the child loves is what they do. I want all of you, whatever interests you among those three options, mathematics, English, and Kiswahili, you can select something. So for us, I don't know, select mathematics for me. I think I'm a fan of math. Select mathematics for me. This is for a PP1 child, but I want to go into like a grade 2 child. So on this button, drop down there, select for me grade 2, so that I'm a grade 2 child. But these are not details you will be able to change when you start learning as a child, because we will already have captured that. The reason why I have those options is because this is a demonstration account. So you see, kids must remain entertained and they must look at things and they feel happy about them. So I don't want, what do you want us to learn about, Lillian? Lillian is struggling with her eyes. Addition. So select addition for us wherever it is, Aurelia. Addition, I think you can scroll down a bit to find addition. So this is addition of whole numbers, all right? You can select that. I hope we are going together, because the goal is a child able to feel, select any concept in those ones. Is the child able to feel attracted to whatever they are doing? You can select one. The rectangular ones. So this is addition. It's still loading some of the graphics. So it is 96, add 1 equals 2. You can enter an answer for us, Aurelia. Tuone kama wewe ulipata hizi. So we have to keep also encouraging the child when they are going through the process. 81 add to 8. I don't know. Ask your neighbor the answer, Aurelia, so that if you fail, we'll say it's him. Yeah, he said 82. I saw him. Just enter 82. He failed. So the system is able to explain to you, you gave us this answer, that is not correct. How do we go about it? Keep scrolling down. How do we go about it? And now if you are able to get the explanation, you go to the next question. Let's try and get this one right. Ask the lady to your left. She said 77, okay. So that one is correct. So you have to keep also encouraging the child. So that is the child's interface. That is what they see. So I want you to close that on the X. We go back. Again on the X. You go back and select a concept for me around money. So the goal is, are we able to give this child an opportunity to also feel entertained, to also feel great? I'll go to PP1 and select something on drag and drop so that we look at the smaller kids. Yes, let's group the objects. Maybe by color, wherever you are. So let the object load. So we are going to group these objects by color by dragging and dropping them into the right box. This is the same way you give them blocks and tell them, can you classify them by shape? Can you classify them by color? I already do that for us. And make sure you don't fail. Another thing we are testing with this concept is fine motor skills. Is the child able to drag at the right speed and drop it in the right box? So you can check the answer. And the child keeps learning and learning and learning. So what we call, that is autonomous learning. The child has the agency to select what they want to learn. But then again, beyond that, you can keep playing with the system already on whatever you want to select. Beyond that, when we onboard a child, we do a diagnostic test. And when you do that diagnostic test, it maps out the weak areas of that child, and then they are able to unlock level after level, chunked down to the smallest bit, so that they are able now to catch up with the concepts that they were struggling with. Now on that side, we have spoken about the learner, but what are we giving to the teacher? So you as a teacher, whether you are in PP1 all the way to grade 9, this one is not limited to foundational learning. We have an interface for you that allows you to deploy digital assignments. If you have taught a concept today in, say, pre-technical skills, something to do with computers, you can deploy a digital assignment on our platform, and the beauty of it is you will not have to come back again and mark whatever the children did. The system will be able to auto-mark for you. You will be able to see where are my kids struggling. By the time you are going into the next class, you already have enough information that question 9 was quite a bit of a challenge for 8 out of my 10 students. What could be the problem? Did I deliver the concept wrongly? Did I struggle with delivery? Are they struggling with the understanding? How can we be able to ensure that they are getting this concept? We already have that information, because the beauty about technology is that it is coming into the daily life of a teacher to make it better, to make it easier, to offload a little bit of the work from you, and you are able to make that progress. You are able to check from the day we joined term 1, or from the first day of the term to the last day of the term. These are the 15 assessments we have done in social studies, but the class average for those assessments is below 50%, but we've been scoring better in other areas. How do I make it to improve this progressive assessment of the children? So that is, this is the interface of the children. If you want to have a little bit of a feel of the interface of the teachers, you can visit our booth there, Isoma Kids, and I'll show you step by step how the teacher interacts with the system, how the teacher is able to gain insight, to get data, to get real-time information that you can use in your lesson building, in your lesson planning, in your method of teaching, because you may realize that I have been using a certain approach to teach addition, and so far it has not worked. Maybe I need to change that, and you are able now to keep helping the students improve in their learning outcomes. I believe my 10 minutes are expired, and I don't want to take anybody else's time. Thank you for listening in, and I'm expecting you to onboard to Isoma Kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Julius. I'm wondering how many of us have been able to access the platform through the link? Right, and you found it engaging, right? So feel free, during our next break, you will get a chance to just walk behind there. Isoma Kids has a stand, and you can get to enroll your learners and your children on their platform so that they can be able to access the solution. Was that quite immersive, right? Wouldn't you love to use that in your classroom? So next I will invite FunKE Science, and they will do a quick run through of their product and what they are doing in the gamified learning. And I will invite my colleague from FunKE to just come in front. The exciting thing about their product is that it usually has things that pop and things that blow up. So making science and STEM learning fun. So please, can you give a hand for FunKE Science? Tell us your name and what you are going to do today.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Peter Sang. I'm here on behalf of FunKE Science. As we've been introduced, we are known for explosive experiments, but usually we use home-based reagents such as baking soda, vinegar, to make learning fun. One of our most popular experiments is a balloon skew. I think I've forgotten a skew. I would have showcased a skew and a balloon. Yeah. I'm here on behalf of my boss, Miss Tracy, to showcase our product, which is a science kit. A science kit is it's a mini lab where kids get access to lab materials such as conical flasks. As you can see. I don't think everyone can see, but if you come to the stall, I can show you. Yeah. No, a new balloon. So this is called a balloon skewer experiment, and its goal is to teach on friction and elasticity. Just one moment, I go get. Okay, thanks. Who'd like to try with me? So the main goal of this experiment is to try and pass a skewer through the balloon without it popping. So the trick is to examine the balloon and determine the area that's least stretched. That's where teaching on elasticity comes in. Because the area that's least stretched is the poles, the North Pole and the South Pole. Can you hear me? So let me try and showcase. So this is the finished experiment of one of the experiments Funky Science does. The air is released at a negligible amount because of the friction acting on the balloon and the skewer. Among others, we also have science camps which are held primarily in Nairobi at selected venues such as Consolata in Westlands, where kids come and during the camp they engage in projects such as making of a bionic arm using materials such as cardboard and straws. On top of that, you can also make a self-propelling car using a balloon and plastic bottles. Our main goal is to make science fun through engaging activities which are both fun to the learner and educative. Are there any questions? Yeah, the kits are primarily sold through our website. I'm unable to showcase, but you can come and see here. The kits are sold on our website, funkyscience.co.ke for 3,500, and we can ship to any location in Kenya. The science kit is like a mini lab, and it comes with an instruction manual on various experiments of engaging activities, about 40 plus experiments that are CBC related, such as the one I've demonstrated, that help instill concepts to the learners. Any other question? How to sign up? For the science camps, we usually have the sign-ups as a month before on our social media platforms, like mostly Instagram. If you follow us on Instagram, Funky Science, you'll see our advertisements on the upcoming science camps. The next one should be in December. Yeah, but we also have an upcoming STEM festival where it's open to everyone. Ticket size should be going for 300 shillings at Nairobi Consolata grounds on 1st of November. We encourage teachers to come because we also offer a free teacher training session I think a week before the event, yeah. So the learners come and engage with various companies promoting STEM learning, and they interact with their solutions. There's also a STEM competition where kids are encouraged to come up with projects and take up competition. Last year's winners went to Kipeto Wind Farm. Any other questions? I think for more showcasing of our products, you should come to our booth because it's mostly the science kit here. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Can you give a hand to him? And I think they have a YouTube platform where you can access the experiments.
Yeah, the experiments are also showcased on YouTube, but not all the experiments that are on YouTube can be done using the science kit. Yeah, done on the science kit, you have to purchase the science kit to get the experiments. Yeah.
Great, we can clap for him. So I think at this point we will take a quick break, and we'll be back here at exactly 2:38. We have 3 more solutions that we'll be demoing. We'll be having Infony, we'll be having Verb Education, and AHA Innovate. So we can take a 1-hour break so that we can go around, engage with the solutions, ask the necessary questions, and also to just also have an immersive engagement with the different startups. So see you at 2:38 and enjoy your lunch break.
such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why. broke, then my business. I'm a shana, he go bright, oh. All again for the night. If I broke, then my business. I'm a shana, he go bright, oh. All again for the night. Happiness. If I broke, then my business. I'm a shana, he go bright, oh. All again for the night.
I know we are currently interacting with the solutions and we have some of them doing the demos at the front. So I will ask Verb Education to come in front and get ready for their demo, followed by AHA Innovate, and then Ikitabu, and then we have Digifunzi, and last but not least, Infoni. So as we gather up for the last session and the engagement of the afternoon, I would like to invite Verb Education, AHA Innovate, Ikitabu, Digifunzi, and Infoni to come in front so that we can start doing the product showcase.
they smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mama, myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my jeans. I slide down DBTs.
Great. So we will have verb education take us through the product, and then we'll have Ikitabu quickly take us through how to access the product, and then we'll have the remaining two startups. So karibu sana. Please, if you can, let us pause and have the engagement. Back there, please. The team behind there. Yes, if you are from Cube Hub, the Cube Hub team, The team from Cube Hub, hello. Can you please help us to bring the people back to the sitting area? The team from Cube Hub, I'm requesting that we can have you help us invite people to sit down. Jean, maybe can you talk to him? Thank you.
Who's controlling? Who's controlling the slide? Next, then when it wanna come. Is it? We start? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Please come to your seats. Let me insist you come to your seats. If you sit down quickly, I'll finish quickly. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me have your attention. If you're not looking at me, you're not doing the right thing now. Okay, 5 more seconds at the back. Thank you so much. So, good afternoon once again. Just wave at me to make sure your attention is here. I'm not getting any waves from the back. Sawa, thank you so much everybody. My name is Mike Kipkorir from Verb Education. The name of our product is CBC app. Just CBC, the normal CBC that done in schools. That's the name of our product. Okay? And we work exclusively with teachers and school administrators. So our app is not used by the children or by anyone else. It is an app designed specifically for teachers and for school administrators with a very simple promise. It eliminates more than 90% of your work as a teacher or a school administrator when it comes to record keeping and reporting. Okay? Totally reduces that work from schemes of work to lesson planning to formative assessment to summative assessment to end of term report. It totally reduces that work. Virtually eliminates it. End of term report, you can go home before school closes and your reports will be done. Okay? So I don't want to take any time here. I think the thing that will do you the most justice is a proper product demo that will be done on our table at the back. So I really want to encourage teachers, especially school administrators and school owners. Tafadhali, come and see how the app can help you. Our table is at the back there. A demo will do the most justice to what I'm about to say. So just very quickly, go to the next slide. Ignore this one, next one, next one, next one also. So just the main value proposition of the app is it streamlines record keeping, makes it very simple. It supports compliance, because you need to comply with certain requirements as a school. It really supports you. It enhances teaching and leadership within the school, so the administration, and also it's very accessible and very affordable. It's ridiculously cheap as well, if once you want to understand about the price. Next slide. Yeah. So for teachers, the main value proposition is just the time savings and the kind of insights that you get and the way in which you can engage the parents. Next one. For school administrators, you'll really find highly strengthened school leadership, where the time you used to spend doing things that were maybe taking quite a lot of time and are very repetitive in nature, this app can really help to solve all of them for you. So you find very simplified workflows, improved oversight, where very detailed analytics and analysis, and also decision making that's very well informed. Next slide, please. Yeah, and then also the curriculum implementation. This CBC might go down the same route that 844 went, which is, the problem with 844 was implementation. We did not implement it correctly. And with CBC as well, we have to work in implementing it correctly. So we really hope, we really believe that the structure of our app helps school administrators and teachers to do that implementation correctly. And it really simplifies it. It builds learner profiles so that you get very detailed reports, and it's very consistent in its delivery. So to me, I'd want to stop there so that you come to the desk there. Teachers, school administrators who oversee teachers, school owners who really want to see how the school can be helped, come there. The last part I want to talk about is just the support. We do support schools also very, very strongly, because using technology just by itself in the absence of a very strong support network of the technology provider can be a challenge. So this is something that we really emphasize on. So please allow me to stop there in the interest of time, and so that I entice you to come there later after listening to the other presentations here. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I've seen a lot of people leaning in that direction. So we are almost closing the on-stage program for the day so that you can close out the deals that you are doing. I will invite Ikitabu to quickly come and set up on stage so that we can do the presentation, and after that we'll have AHA Innovate. So Ikitabu, please come on stage. They have an inclusive solution, and the solution is supporting learners who are deaf and hard of hearing. And so we have our colleague Vincent, who is going to be doing the presentation, and he will be taking us through what their solution does for deaf learners. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Hello. You're not answering me. Hello. Hello. Let me see you do this. Hello. I hope you're all well. I'm very pleased to stand before you today to share about our work, how we support learners and the deaf learners rather in school. Before I go on further, my name is Vincent, as it has been said. We're from Ikitabu team. Our office is based in Nairobi. So we've come all the way to share our innovation and our products, how we support the deaf learners. So as we wait for technology, okay, it has come. So before we step into that, I want to challenge you. Imagine your world without a language. How would you feel? It's a question. How would you feel if you did not have any language? How would you feel? How would you learn? How would you interact? How will that make you feel if you did not have the language? Can I get a response, please? Yes, bad. So this is the fact of many deaf learners or deaf children that they face every day in their lives. In terms of academic, in terms of social life. We live in a world where our language is limited because we have no one to interact with. So this is where we see our language is being delayed. So we as Studio KSL, we thought of how we can intervene this and to develop accessible learning materials for the deaf learners who miss the language foundation early enough. Next slide, please. So yes, Studio KSL. So Studio KSL is under Kitabu. Kitabu is the mother, and it is led by deaf people, deaf women. In fact, I'm the only deaf man in that Studio KSL, because we see the gap of language barrier is affecting the deaf learners, and we thought of how we can give solutions to that. Next slide. So what is the problem? In the world, we have 34 million deaf children or deaf people, and only 2% of that access learning in their own language. For Kenya, historically, deaf education, the teachers were just using oral mechanism. So they just speak to the deaf learners. And imagine I'm deaf and you're speaking to me. How will I be able to understand? So through advocacy, at least now we have a world which recognizes sign language as a mode of instruction. And that's what we are working to improve. The 98%, they do not access learning in their own language because of lack of materials. They are not deaf friendly at home, and the family there's no one to socialize with. And this affects the academic improvement of our development of the child as well. Next. So we thought of a solution. And the solution is to adapt the materials to a language where the deaf learner can understand. As you can see, this is an example. You can pause there. So that was the introduction part of the story. So inside, we pick storybooks from KICD, the approved materials, and we convert them into sign language and we distribute to the schools. So in the story, we have the vocabulary or the glossary part, because the fact of the children is that the deaf learners have limited vocabulary, because there is no incidental learning happening at home or outside there. And that's why the only time they get to learn new vocabulary is when they come to school. So we have the vocabulary part, and then we have the story itself, and then after the story, there's a quiz to assess if the learners have actually understood. So it's an interactive quiz to help to see if the learners have comprehended the story. You can go to the next slide. So how does our product work? So we have the teacher. The teacher must be fluent in sign language to know how to handle the content. Then we have the material itself. We also have a timetable to know a specific day that they're going to show the videos. And then we have the assessment part to know, I've been teaching this, I've been using these materials. Has it really impacted the learner? Yes or no? And then if it is no, we think of another way on how we can improve it. Because there's no language development without these materials. If the language is not there, then the language development of the learner tends to be hindered. So from this, I want to invite my colleague, Brian, who will be talking more about the product, about the app that we are working with Ihub, and to see what we have achieved so far. So karibu sana, Brian.
Hi everyone. Oh, you all look amazing from up here. So I'm going to take you through what we've been working on with Ihub. We're part of cohort 2, which majorly started last year. And from what Vincent has already been able to mention, our main focus on the app is to provide access to the materials. The materials are the sign language videos in Kenyan Sign Language. Can you go to the next slide? So I'm going to be walking you through some of the screenshots. If you need to have a real experience of how the app works, then you can go to visit our stand. So we've built a data-driven personalization app. What that means, we would like the learners, it's created for the learners. We want the deaf learners, can also be used by the mainstream learners. So a deaf learner can be able to access the app. It will be free. The reason I'm saying it will is because we are still yet to publish in any store. So the learner can be able to access the video stories, the stories that we've just seen, kind of an example of. And also we'll be having vocabularies and the quiz. Next slide, please. So it's an entire catalog of those materials. And again, the materials are the Kenyan Sign Language videos. These are free videos. We already have a number of them on YouTube. Also, if you scan that particular code on the banner, it can actually take you to the site and be able to access those particular materials. Through the app, the learner, and also with the help of the teacher, they can actually be able to access these particular sign language videos. There will be different ways to access content depending on the grade level. Next slide. So this is an interface, screenshot of an interface showing how the sign language video would be playing. So the key factor here is, of course, the requirement of the devices. We majorly work with schools to see how to do the provisioning exercise. So at least we enable the digital literacy part, and the training is also factored in. Then the teacher can be able to support the learners in accessing this particular content, the Kenyan Sign Language content. The videos also have quizzes, so it provides an interactive element into it. Next slide, please. And there's a way to be able to opt into the quiz. The whole concept we've been able to get from the teacher's feedback is, once you watch the video, think of it like a comprehension, then you have questions. So we want to watch a video, then kind of test if the learner was able to really understand anything. And that really builds in the language component for the learner. Next slide. This is an example of one of the questions in a quiz. The whole point, as I mentioned, for the questions is to enable in building that comprehension part for the learner. And there's also feedback built into it. The scores also built into it. But this is more of a fun element into the kid-friendly application. Next slide, please. Yes, and of course, you'll be able to see a score. And we're also saying that as much as it's majorly designed for the deaf learners, anyone can also be able to really access it and be able to use it, as long as when we actually have it available in some of the stores, we'll be publishing soon. Next slide. So in terms of the data, of course, data is very key. So there's a capability within the app to collect data, and it's immediately based on, think of a teacher. You want to know which learner or who was able to watch which particular video. So we're able to track that particular progress through that particular application. It gives good insights to know the progress of the learners and what are the main videos that are actually being viewed by the learners. That really supports us in adding more content and knowing how to support in distributing more content into some of the schools. Next slide. So this, for example, is just for example, for a particular learner. You can want to know what the progress based on that particular quiz and how they're able to really attempt it. So I really really thank everyone who's been able to visit our stand. If we really have also any teachers, especially supporting learners with special needs, especially the deaf learners, we would also like to have you on our stand. I don't think we've ever been able to see one, but that will really give us to help us to get more feedback. And as far as having the app ready in most available stores, it will be free. We plan to do that in the next 2 months. Right now, we're really focusing on testing, so you're free to come and just eat with us and be able to have an insight into how sign language really works in supporting learners. Thank you, and back to you, Lillian.
Thank you very much, Ikitabu, and thank you for showing us that tech is not oblivious of the inclusion aspect of learning. We will have AHA Innovate do their presentation, and I think we will close it at that. And then after that, we will just engage until 4 p.m. when we will be closing out the showcase. So AHA Innovate, karibu sana. Let's give them a hand.
Hello everyone. Hello. How are you? So tired, eh? It's been a long day. Thank you. So my name is Gerald. I'm here to represent AHA Innovate. So I'm going to explain what AHA Innovate is. Okay, AHA Innovate, the A and H and S stands for Access Hub Africa, which is a company really focused in improving the access to learners. So I don't know if my presentation is going to run soon. Yeah, but before that, I have a question for you. How many of you went to school in a rural area or maybe in marginalized area? A rural school completely? No internet? Did your school have internet? Power? There was Kenya Power? Okay. So we are in the same page. So, okay, how many of you have visited places like Marsabit or Turkana and gone to a school in Marsabit or Turkana? Okay, one hand, thank you. Do they do the same exam like those of the learners in the city? Okay, so the schools in Marsabit with very, not the best infrastructure, but they do the same exam with our learners here in school. So most of these stands here create amazing products that our learners are supposed to use. Is it true? Have you ever thought about those learners in Marsabit? Are they able to access these amazing products here that everyone is offering here? Are they able to access it? No, maybe not. Yeah, so that is why AHA Innovate is here. So as I still wait for my presentation. So Access Hub Africa is a company that is really focused on improving the digital skills in schools that are in marginalized areas. So most of our learners in these locations in rural schools are not able to access internet. They're not able possibly to even access power, so they're off-grid. So AHA Innovate has a kit which we call a digital portable library. So this kit is able to use natural source of power like sunset using solar panels to charge our digital kit. So the digital kit has tablets between 30 to 70. This digital kit also have a server and an access point, an antenna. So with this antenna, the learners can be able to access this digital content. Let me still wait for my presentation. Okay, thank you. It's all right, thank you so much. Yeah, so as I was explaining that AHA Innovate, our main responsibility is close the gap, because we find it's very unfair for learners who are in this marginalized area competing with learners in the city. They have amazing infrastructure like Leon's, they have internet, they have power and everything, but in these schools in those remote locations, they are not able to see even tablet. Some of them experience it for the first time. So next slide. So I think possibly I'll just go through the presentation because I have it on my head, then we can proceed for the sake of time. So you can visit our booth there to explain better, but the thing is that AHA Innovate is a company that offers a digital library in marginalized schools. So imagine you carry a box and the box called a kit. You put it in a school in Marsabit, and they are able to have a Wi-Fi hotspot, which is able to access the content stored in the AHA Innovate box. So we work with different content providers that offer the courses for CBC that is hosted in this server. For example, for schools that we talk about in the cities, they possibly have a library, they have computers, they can be able to access all this amazing content in their library, in the phones, for example, from their parents. But the learners in those marginalized areas, they don't have this luxury. So they use our kit, we put it in the school, and they can be able to use the tablets that we offer to them to access the content inside. So what we are trying to do is close that gap between the learners in the city and the learners in the marginalized area. So we offer tablets, we offer projectors. Our projectors are smart projectors. It's a portable projector that is powered by the solar panel. Once you put it in front of a class, we use very basic kitambara, white. We put it in front of the class, and the learners feel like they are in this digital class with a huge screen. So they can be able to also feel the same experience that the learners in cities and all these schools that have all these infrastructures can be able to experience. So this is what we offer as AHA Innovate. Any questions? So that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And with that, we have come to the close of the presentation part of the Edtech Festival. We have somebody's hand up there. Pardon? Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, the biggest challenge that we face is, first thing, because we work in a very remote locations, the challenge with logistics. Because you can imagine you are having a digital library and you want to ensure the learners have internet, they have tablets, they have content. So the fact that you have to travel very long distance to ensure that you bring this to the learners in locations like South Turkana, this is a huge challenge. So the solution, we work very closely with the community. So the community own this thing. They feel like they are part of the revolution, of the digital revolution. So we work closely with the community to feel like they own it. The second thing is, our biggest challenge is also the cost of hardware. Sometimes the tablets and all these servers and everything are so expensive to schools because they are not able to afford it. But we came up with a way to ensure that the learners can access this at 30 shillings per week. So only 30 shillings per week. We select a group of 5 schools and we can give the 5 schools a whole digital library and they can share amongst themselves.
So it's 30 shillings per learner per week. So that's approximately how much in a term?
Okay, we calculate per week. So what we do is we really try to see schools that have between 200 to 300 learners. So if we get like 5 schools, and let's say they have 300 learners each, then you multiply 30. Okay, the number is always between 30 to 50, depending on how the school is. So if they can afford 50, fine. If they can afford 30, that's okay. So we do 30 shillings per learner, which is times 300, times 5 schools, and that we put it per week, then we multiply per month and per term.
Okay, thank you. And can I clap for them? Thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure hosting you. We will be here till 4 p.m. for any inquiries. I want us to do a vote of thanks, and I will want to start by a special vote of thanks to the Cube Hub team. I can have them stand so that we can acknowledge the work that you have done. So thank you very much. Can you all clap for Cube Hub? Thank you so much, and looking forward to more engagements. Special thanks to Jean, who's been literally on the receiving end of the work. So thank you so much, and we hope you get refreshed. Special thanks to the technical team, that's the sound team, the setup team in absentia, as well as the people who have ensured the logistics were done. So we can give a hand to them as well for doing a good job. Also, a special thanks to the innovators that we came with, as well as the innovators from Uasin Gishu. Can we give a hand to all the innovators? Thank you very much for inspiring the crowd. A special thanks to the teachers, the parents, and all our guests. Can we give a hand to them? Thank you for showing up. Thank you for being present. Thank you for engaging. And thank you for onboarding the solution. Another special thanks to all the partners that made this possible, and also a special thanks to the Ihub team, and that is Aurelia and the team that's not present here, Victor, who's taking photos, and the other team that is helping us to post. So thank you very much. Can we give a hand to the Ihub team? I hope that we can do more of these engagements, and I think we'll be in conversations with the Cube Hub to see how to support learning within the Uasin Gishu County. So with that, we will come to a close of the formal part of the program, but feel free to stick around till 4 p.m. There'll be music playing. The innovators will still be at their desks. And please don't leave here if you have not onboarded a solution on your device. Are we together? Are we together? Also, for the innovators who are in Uasin Gishu, we have Viable, our community of practice for our innovators, and we usually do seeding for Edtech and tech solutions. So if you have good ideas, if you have a solution that is working in the market and you need sessions, my colleague Aurelia will share a link which has the Viable office hours. You can always book office hours with us and talk us through what solution you have and how we can work together to see you better your solution, as well as also access to the right market. Also, we have a feedback form, and it will be running also on the screen throughout as you're walking around. Take time to scan the QR code. I think we have also some physical forms if you cannot scan, but take time to scan. Tell us what you would want us to improve. Tell us what are the things that you would want to see more of. And also we will be having the Nairobi Edtech Festival. Can you hear a shout for that? So the Nairobi Edtech, watu Eldoret, hampendi Nairobi. Wajameni. So we will have the Nairobi Edtech Festival next week on Saturday, and the Nairobi experience will be very different from the Uasin Gishu one. So if you find yourself within the vicinity of Nairobi, or your relatives are within Nairobi, feel free to invite them there. One of the things we've realized is with the regional engagements, they all take a different shape, and because they all take a different shape, we engage with the team as they show up for themselves, right? So asanteni sana, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Hello. So also, if you have not taken photos, we have our banners outside there. Feel free to take as many photos as you want, and also just engage with the startups. Already videos, our videographers and photographers are all over the place, so feel free to engage with them. So karibu sana.
it.